hang on. Okay, there we go. We're up and running now. We're up and running, finally. Hope everyone's doing well. Looks like we are. We are just about on schedule, maybe a few minutes behind. But we got 2 tornado warnings right now. One of them did have an observe tag while I was getting into the start of the stream. I was taking a couple of bites to eat while that got going here. This storm did apparently drop a tornado briefly over towards Kermit, but now has gone back to radar indicated. It does also have the potential for very large hail tonight, up to 2 inches in diameter, and also 70 miles an hour wind. I was about to say 75, also, but also there's hail potential up to both sides within the tornado warning too. Expecting a long night here. Here's a second tornado warning over towards Fort Stockton. This is an observed tornado that's now on the ground, and we're going to turn off the music and sound the siren here. So we'll readjust the volume a little bit here. So this confirmed tornado now is just to the east of Fort Stockton, southeast of Fort Stockton by 11 miles, moving east at 15 miles an hour. This is confirmed by weather spotters. We might actually get a view of this here in a second. It's going to stay over mostly rural areas, but if anyone is on I-10, you need to be away from this storm here. It does look like Connor's probably in the rain, so he's not going to see much of anything. Yep, that pretty much confirms it. Then Corey's a little too far out ahead of it to get a great view of it. The only one that could be able to see it right now might be Vince. Only problem is we can't show Vince's stream. No one can show Vince's stream except Vince. But anyway, though, hope everybody's doing well. We're going to be dealing with this throughout the night tonight. I'm just going to kind of roll from that point. Anywhere within this cluster of storms, at some point we may see them all have an attempt at trying to produce a tornado. We could see potentially a few strong tornadoes here. I think the one that's over towards Fort Stockton is the most impressive right now. Right before I started going live, I checked the radar and I saw this one starting to pop up when it first was a little speck on radar. To see it develop as quickly as it did, it's pretty fascinating. Taking my last bites of my food here before we really start to dive in here. We also will have music on here right now. If the music ends up getting too loud at any point, of course, I do hope that someone tells me in chat that the music's loud right now. But in any case, though, just kind of waiting to see just what happens with this storm. These guys should be able to get a good view of this storm momentarily. It's not necessarily moving fast. 15 miles an hour is very easy to outrun by car. And these guys are professionals, so there's that. I do think Connor's the only one that might struggle since he's driving in the rain right now. One thing we'll need to keep a close eye on as well as we go through the night tonight is also the fact that we're going to end up seeing thunderstorms in additional areas as well. For example, there is a marginal risk that stretches. I'm going to zoom out so we can get the full picture here. You can see these little yellow polygons. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. All the way up towards Illinois, down through the Midwest, heading back to our area of interest here. So basically, you would see a risk factor that stretches pretty much all the way up here and then back down like this. So anywhere in this region, there's a chance you could see a severe storm or two. Tornado threat's pretty low across that region, but the damaging wind and hail threat is definitely there. There is actually a slight risk, if I remember correctly, over towards western parts of Illinois too. So like I said, we will be covering that as much as possible. The main focus, of course, is going to be over here where our tornado warnings are currently. This event I don't expect to last super long, but we'll just have to see how things pan out from that point. I think probably by about 10 o'clock Central, 11 o'clock Eastern, we'll probably see things really slow down. But as we know, Mother Nature will do what she wants. What are my thoughts on Monday's setup? Man, I'm normally not the type to hype up setups. I'm really not. I'm anti-hype as much as possible on here. But Monday does look, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm looking into the camera trying to make it clear to you. Monday is dangerous. Monday looks very dangerous right now. I've been discussing it with some of my buddies on Discord, and we're pretty concerned. The Storm Prediction Center, even before the day 3 outlook this morning, was already talking about maybe an upgrade to a moderate or even a high risk. So that in itself is definitely an eye-opener for me. I mean, even when I talked about it, I think it was on Friday morning, I was definitely very alarmed at what I saw. I saw it from, like, even when it was about 2 weeks out, I saw the negatively tilted trough already, so I was just like, uh-oh. But seeing the moisture return, combining with that, low-level jet winds and other parameters, of course, definitely has kind of increased my concern a bit. Because when you're looking out at range, you really want to see continuity. You're looking more or less for a trend instead of an immediate forecast. And that's why I say I'm anti-hype, because you can't make a forecast on something 2 weeks out. That's just too much room for things to change. Because I've literally have seen weather models show an apocalypse like scenario for severe storms, and then within the next run, which would be about 6 hours later, it's completely gone. So, it's just one of those things. But seeing the continuity that I have over time, it's gotten my attention for sure. Rotation's starting to broaden with this storm over towards Kermit, which is some good news. Does look like we may have had that tornado lift over there. It's a little tougher to see what's going on with this Fort Stockton storm, however, mainly because we don't have a radar site that's super close. We're getting towards the edge of this radar site's range as well. The next closest radar site would be pretty far off, all the way over towards Uvalde in Texas. And that's still pretty far away. It's almost, it's still outside of that range. It's a little nasty radar hole over here towards South Texas, which is going to make things a little bit more complicated. This is still showing up as an observed tornado, though. So anyone that's to the south and west of Fort Stockton needs to be taking shelter. Does look like Connor Croft might be able to get a view of it here in a second. Again, like I said before, the storm's moving at 15 miles an hour, so these chasers will have a chance to catch up to it pretty quick. I think he still might be seeing something. It's just kind of hard to tell right now. Looks like it's shielded by rain right now. Rain and maybe even a little bit of dust. Go ahead and put him up here. His name right there. Boom. It still looks like it's rotating pretty strongly from what I can see here, though. Like I said, it's just kind of hard to tell at this moment in time. Haven't even had a chance to do a voting poll yet for you guys. I'm actually going to go ahead and do that right now. I can do that from my phone. Okay. I still think there might be something back there, but like I said, it's still shielded by rain. I bet you I'll look away and that's when it'll be clear. Yeah. I hope it's downtrending, honestly. I would love to see that downtrend a bit. But people are too quick to jump ship though as well. And then there's a lot of people on Twitter that usually only look at one model, whereas I will at least try to look at multiple. You got to do model comparison. If you look at one model, you're risking a bad forecast here, because if that model's off by like a country mile, then I mean there's your forecast down the drain. I mean, and even then, sometimes all the models will miss it. I've seen it happen. I've had it happen to me where I've made my own little forecast and I missed my mark entirely. Not too proud to admit that, but hey, happens. What is going on back there? I tell you, something. I want to say that I see something, but I can't tell. I know what I can do here. But yeah, I'm Seaweed957. If you just hang out here with me on the channel every once in a while, you'll come to find a lot of different things with the weather here. It's up to me. And then I also have a buddy of mine that also has his own YouTube channel. He just started, Kyle. He's pretty good with the weather too. So just you take a deep dive with us and we'll get you right. We can show you the basics, or we can go much further beyond. It's really up to you and what you want to learn. My phone's moving so slow. I'm sorry I haven't gotten the voting poll up yet, guys. Normally I would have had it up before the stream, but also today is my sister's birthday, and I'm trying to hit her up while it's fresh on my mind. Because knowing me, I would be stupid enough to forget, and I would feel like a terrible younger brother. Yeah, I still think there might be something back there. He's very close to that rotation, though. He's extremely close to that couplet. He's almost right on top of it, but it's just so hard to see back there. That rain is just obscuring everything, which is really frustrating. Let's go ahead and look at reflect. Yeah, it is 100% rain route. Could choke off that circulation too. It also does us no favors that we're so far away from the radars. Pretty much like all of them. Yeah, it does look like it's partially wrapped in rain. Oh wow, I guess you can't. Well, that's ridiculous. You can't even make a voting poll on your phone? That's kind of crazy. Okay, well, I'll do this from the... I guess I have to do it from the computer then. I'm gonna try to keep the chat up on my phone though, so that way I don't miss anything from you guys. And also turn the volume down so I don't have playback on. No, that's not what I want to do. My phone's being stupid. I apologize. The storm does look like it's partially strengthening here. I'm seeing an uptrend with lightning, so even if this tornado does end up lifting, there is a chance that this becomes what's called a cyclical supercell and recycles, maybe produces another one. It's in the environment to do it. They do have a 10% hatch risk within this area for strong tornadoes, and this is the right environment for it. Another interesting thing about this environment today is there's a chance of what's called deviant motion tornadoes, so where the tornado could go literally at any direction at any given time, because there's not really much that's forcing this storm to move along in one particular direction. You can even kind of see it with this radar noise here. You can see clouds forming here. You can see clouds blowing off this way. You can see some blowing off that way. So literally, tornado can be just going with wherever the wind takes it, so to speak. Figuratively and literally. All jokes aside. Okay, there we go. Got live chat up at least. Oh, 700's extremely important, dude. 700 is where the magic really starts to happen, because what you'll come to find out with severe weather in particular, I mean, what happens in the upper levels of the atmosphere towards 500 millibars and whatnot is essential. The 0 to 3 range, basically the surface all the way up to the mid levels of the atmosphere, about 20,000 feet, or 0 to 3 kilometers, as it's actually called, is super important. Like there's terms such as 3 Cape, your 0 to 3 kilometer wind shear. Super important, man. Usually, if the atmosphere is going to give you that look where tornadoes are possible, the 0 to 3 kilometers is going to be one of the first things you look for. That's why I don't sometimes look at the 700 immediately if I'm looking into the long range here, unless I see a crystal clear signal. Like if the trough's negatively tilted, then I start to kind of go a little bit further into it. But if it's 2 weeks out, I don't see a point in showing anything just yet at that in-depth of a level if the model's going to change, and then just basically throw all that work that I had done out. Because then I've just wasted everyone else's time. It's kind of a tough situation to be in every once in a while. Okay. Alright, let's get this voting poll started here. But I'm glad that you've been learning stuff from the channel here. I'm really happy to hear that, actually. I mean, I mainly made the channel because I love talking about weather. But at the same time, though, if it's helping people learn, that's a plus. Like, that is a huge plus. Alright, so not only tonight are we dealing with the threat of maybe some strong tornadoes, we also have the chance for like grapefruit to softball sized hail. I'm wondering, and I'm actually going to leave it in your hands. Do you guys want me to make a poll that revolves around like gorilla hail, basically, which would be grapefruit to softball size, or do you want to do the significant hail reports again, or what do you want to do? What do you want me to implement on this poll here? What do you? Oh, storm mode, convective mode. Okay. Okay, I can do a video on that in the future. Like, for example, I mean, you probably already can tell, but this storm is discrete. This storm that's over here to the south is discrete. This storm is a little bit messier. This convective mode is kind of leaning into something more linear. Like maybe a QLCS is going to try to develop out of this. I'm kind of leaning against that since it's a little bit early. We also do have, I think we also do have a few commands with our Streamlabs bot. Type in !QLCS. I don't know if that's still up or not. It should be. In fact, let me do that real quick. Also, see, we do have a Discord server, by the way, where you can learn a lot of this from not just me, but a couple of weather experts as well that are on there too. Speaking of convective mode here, it does look like with this merger that we have going on here that we have lost that tornado signature with this storm here. It was already starting to broaden out, but now at this juncture it's definitely looking like we're gonna see an increase in maybe damaging winds here within the next little bit. It's already had it tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds with the severe thunderstorm warning. It does look like that storm over towards Fort Stockton may have lifted for now. Like I said, it's a discrete storm, so the chance of it going cyclical is very much possible here. Alright, I figured out a question for you guys. Oops. Hang on, I cannot type right now. Alright, there we go. Here is the voting poll, by the way, folks. Appreciate all of you tuning in. If anyone's just now tuning in, currently looking in South Texas or southwestern Texas right now for the potential for a couple of strong tornadoes here, and also some really large hail. There you go. Check chat. But yeah, we have a Streamlabs bot, and you type in !! Discord. The link should pop up for the invite. So Connor has a clear view of the storm finally. Definitely looks like it's lifted now. If it is still on the ground, it is extremely hard to see. No problem. Happy to help, man. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's on the ground. If it is, it's super hard to see. Still see a lot of precip around the updraft here. Loving the lightning though. It's awesome. Getting an increasing number of severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment as well. Currently sitting at 15 now. And Texas is not the only spot that's getting severe storms as well. We have Arkansas with severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as Illinois, and even Georgia's getting into the action a little bit. Far south Georgia in particular. That's interesting for those of you who have voted so far. Some of you are saying that we're going to get more than 5 reports of huge hail. Well, only way we'll know for sure is once we get later into the evening. These storms aren't at their peak potential at this current moment in time. Starting to get hail in Connor's area. It looks like he's going to have to start moving. Even if this is not producing a tornado, more than likely if it produces another, it's going to be rain wrapped, and it's going to be hard for him to see it regardless. Although it does look like this might get choked off here. It does look like there's some rain that's going to try to undercut that circulation right now. We may end up seeing a Meso replacement though as well though. We'll just have to watch the radar and see how this thing acts from that point. Okay, it looks like they have extended that tornado warning now. They're anticipating a right turn from this storm, actually. The chasers on the ground must be feeding them that information. At the end of the day, ground truth is always going to be king, in my honest opinion. Because the radar scan only updates about every 5 minutes or so. If we end up getting a slowdown, we're gonna talk about Monday's setup here. Linda, if you're asking about Kermit, Texas, Kermit's now in the clear, and severe thunderstorms have cleared the area now, and the tornado warning has expired. So Kermit's in the clear. Yeah, you'll still hear a little bit of thunder and lightning outside, but you're not gonna get anything much more than that, it looks like, for the rest of the night. You might get a sneaky little second round here because these storms are moving kind of wacky. This is an evening where the storms could come from different directions, actually, which is kind of interesting to see, especially since I've recently learned in time. Oh, you're from Chicago? There's a little bit of weather potentially heading your way up there. There actually is a slight risk over there, but I do think that for the most part Chicago isn't going to see anything too bad. Might get a couple of stronger storms. But yeah, this is what we have going on in Illinois right now. We do have that thunderstorm over towards DeKalb. Only problem we have right now is just we're getting towards a really bad radar hole here. The further to the south and east that this storm goes, the worse our radar reception is going to get. You're north or south of the city limits. I know how you feel. I mainly stay on the north side of Atlanta. Sometimes I end up south, but mostly to the north. Yeah, being towards the metropolitan's a lot of fun sometimes. Uh-oh. Did we losing Connor's feed? No, okay. It's alright. Hey, Baconator, how you doing, bud? The waiting one's kind of a funny one. Huh? It's not? Oh, what the heck, dude? Did get the derecho special. Quote bacon is not working? What the heck? Oh god. Stupid Streamlabs spot. You got the derecho 1 out of 2 block, or I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what you mean spelling. It's okay. It's okay. Maybe we have too many commands, Baconator. Maybe we'll have to figure something out here. Oh, half a block. You got the derecho. Okay. I get what you're saying now. Think I heard him talk about maybe another tornado on the ground. This does have an observed tag on it. I think we have do we have another one on the ground? So this still has the confirmed tag on it. It's 20 miles southeast of Fort Stockton. Thankfully, it's still over rural areas, but I couldn't see it. Daggone it. Huh, I don't know why all the commands aren't working, Baconator. I'm gonna go ahead and check on that real quick. Still very clearly rotation right up in here. Not as clear of a picture, of course, because we're far away from the radar site. Let me see something. Yeah, I don't know why the yeah, I don't know. That is really, really weird. Did I delete it? I don't think I did. Yeah, we do have too many commands though. We need to find a way to either get rid of some of these or... Oh, I know which one I need. I know which ones I can get rid of. Oh, I think I deleted the waiting one. Yeah, I did delete waiting. I remember now. I don't know when did I even put that one on there? But yeah, I'm working on the commands now. I guess I didn't update all of them. Took that off of there. Okay. Alright, I think I've... Alright, check commands now. I think I got it fixed up. No, I'm not going to get rid of all those yet. But I've gotten rid of like maybe 2 or 3 of them. I know which ones I could get rid of. I think what eventually we'll do, we'll probably end up getting an additional bot or something. I don't know. We'll see how it happens. You have $6 on Kermit. You're betting on this. Are you betting on this? Really? Background check on me? That's funny, dude. Shut up. Jeez, man. I pretty much gave you my background. It's not much more to me than that. You're seriously betting on that? Huh. Oh, geez, Streamlabs. Alright. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm not with that. I'm not with that at all, bud. Sorry to say it. I don't... Not cool. Circulation's getting awfully close to Vince now. He'll probably be able to easily outrun this. I mean, the storm's only moving at 15. Car can easily outrun that. It depends on how this goes. I don't expect this to be a long-lasting deal. But if we end up having an early end to the stream, we may just do it live. We may save it for tomorrow. I don't know. Really depends on how you guys are feeling. If we can get Kyle in here especially. If not, you and I can just do it. It's up to you. I'm down for whatever really at this point. Also, to anyone that's tuning in for the first time this evening, we're covering severe storms mainly over southwest Texas. We do have additional areas where there are severe thunderstorms ongoing right now. They're stretching from southwest Texas through a large portion of the Midwest. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, and a good concentration of them in Illinois where there's a secondary slight risk. And then we even have a couple isolated severe storms over towards Georgia as well. Our main point of focus is going to be towards Texas tonight. But if things pick up towards any one of these areas, we'll jump over there as well. Or if anyone has any questions in chat, I'll see what your area has going on here. Please make sure you hit that like button, by the way. Hit that subscribe button if you are new around here. Alright, do what you gotta do, man. Do what you gotta do. I'm gonna be right. I'll be right here. I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. Do need to send my sister a message. I'm gonna mess around and not say anything. Yeah, we know you do, Baconator. We know you love to run. Oh, you got to charge your phone. That I concur with 100%. I hate working out without music, but I can do it. I'm glad I'm able to, because I literally know people that can't exist in the gym without music. That's crazy. And that's crazy. One way or another, I'm going to get it done. In fact, it makes me want to even try harder if I'm going to do that. If I don't charge my headphones or my phone, it just makes me more mad. I don't try to do it on purpose, though, for sure. Oh, you don't want your Strava to die on you. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Looks like we are starting to see that rotation begin to broaden out a bit here. Still has that observed tornado tag on it, but does look like it's at the very least weakening right now. Like I said, this is an environment, and it does have that DNA of maybe a cyclical supercell. You will listen to mucus, though. Is that a band, or is that actually, like, or better yet, I don't even know if I want to know. You know what? I don't want to know. I don't even want to know, man. I don't even want to know. And I just ate too, so nope, I am good. Okay, it is music, okay. Okay. I was about to say, if you were talking about something else, I would have been like, okay, you got it, man. You got it. Don't say sheesh to me. You gotta work on your typos, man. It's not my fault. I was just reading what's on the screen. I'm just reading what's on the screen, man. Jeez. Must have like 1,000 freaking severe thunderstorm warnings, it seems. Literally, it seems like every severe thunderstorm warning has updated in that last little bit here. Those little beeps that you were hearing were from my Discord server. We have a bot that alerts us of every severe thunderstorm warning. Not much has really changed with the location. They're still in the same spots. We have 15 right now, but yeah, when they start just beeping off one after another like that, there's usually polygon updates. That's a beautiful storm, by the way. Even with all that rain in the updraft. You can see it clearly, though. Look at the structure. It's absolutely amazing. It's one of the things that I love about weather the most, is getting to see the cloud structure. I would be careful about chasing on Monday in particular. Tuesday, I'm not so sure about either. Tuesday could be pretty dangerous, too. I may not even be able to go live on Tuesday, possibly. Dang, that's on the Insomnium concert. Connor's still mentioning something back there. I'm gonna see if I can't hear what he's saying here. It's just the volume is so low right now. Like I said, I don't know what. The thing is, I don't know what happened to this last Radar Omega update, but their volume is so low now. I can barely make out what the chasers are saying nowadays. Whereas before it was deafening. Yeah, I can barely hear a word. And I have the volume up on my computer. Like, I can go full blast on this thing and I can't. I don't know if I can go to the concert. I mean, the weather's going to be crazy on Tuesday. Do I really want to miss a stream? I would kind of feel bad. Well, really, I would say mid-April. I mean, it's like that sometimes. I mean, I remember it's kind of a parallel with last year. Towards the beginning of 23, remember how we were in that La Nina, and then we ended up kind of downtrending towards what was supposed to be peak season, and it was ironically around this time last year. No, Kyle and I were talking about it also on Discord. Remember, Baconator? Because we knew that the shift from El Nino to neutral Enzo being as abrupt as it was, especially with it being a strong El Nino shifting into neutral within a matter of months, like, you just kind of had to know deep down, like, that something's going to come of that. I just didn't know what. And then when Kyle started bringing up the analogs, we both were saying, oh, yep, it's going to be a slow start, but just wait. Once we get towards April, late April, May, and we were spot on with it. He had seen it first, and then I had kind of dug in a little bit more into the details and also kind of verified the analogs that he was already showing. The crazy part is hurricane season could be another crazy piece to the puzzle. Yeah, June I think is going to be a lot like last year. I think June's going to be pretty active from the way things look. But I think there's going to be more focus this time towards maybe, I would say, northern and maybe more so central Tornado Alley instead of western. That's just my personal take. That's my personal thought. But like I said, we really just have to wait and see. It was kind of a blur all of a sudden, because I remember June, because there was one point where we were streaming almost every day for over a week straight. You sound like me from yesterday, though. Also appreciate everybody tuning in up to this point so far. Anyone who's just now tuning in, by the way, checking out severe weather over towards southwest Texas in particular right now. We do have the threat of some strong tornadoes over here, hence the tornado watch that's been issued. We're currently at only one tornado warning right now, and we're trying to see what's going on with this storm. This storm has currently lost some of its rotation, but has a chance of recycling here. So we're keeping an eye on this. And then we still have other storms over here towards Texas that we have to watch for, also significant hail, maybe even up to grapefruit size or larger. Then across a good chunk of the middle U.S. here, we have a nice little spread of severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of those are for 60-mile-per-hour winds and large and hail up to about an inch in diameter, so quarter-size hail, I would say. We'll be keeping an eye on those as we get into the evening. We may try to look at some of these if things slow up, and then also maybe even talk about Monday's setup a bit too. So if you could, if you're new to the stream for the first time tonight, make sure you hit that like button. Also, urge you to hit that subscribe button if needed. I still have an observe tag with this. I sure as heck can't see it. We can go full screen here. It's almost, yeah, it's pretty much impossible for me to see right now. Oh, there it is. Wait. Rain wrap. It was rain wrap the whole time. Never saw it. There's a tornado on stream, folks. I'm gonna go back to full. Actually, I didn't mean to click out. But yeah, right up in there was where the tornado was. So that roped out. So that is officially off the ground now. But like I said, this is the type of storm that could become, that is easily a cyclid cell, which means it can recycle and maybe produce another. It's in the right environment for it, like I've been saying before. I still see some scud rising into the storm, so I don't think this thing's done just yet. Not at all. I do think that we could end up also seeing what's called a Meso cyclone replacement going on here. Once this part of the storm gets ingested inward, I think a new Meso is going to take over, and we may see this re-intensify once again, as we mentioned earlier. If you look on the radar loop, you can kind of see it trying to do it now. I think if we give it 2 or 3 scans, maybe even less than that, it's probably going to show up again with a new hook. And it's a knockdown for Connor Croft's camera. Need to charge my phone. Try to make sure I keep chat on here just in case I look away. Get that off the mouse cord and we're good to go. All right. With this thing over towards rural areas, we can't really get a whole lot of camera footage outside of chaser feeds. And there's Connor talking about that radar hole I was talking about earlier. That is going to be an issue for these guys. That is indeed going to be an issue. Let me get that out of the way. I don't know why I just set that there. Just kind of stared into space for a moment. I'm going to move this over to the right here. Oh, he's got a dust devil. Look, look at that. Look at that, folks. We got a dust devil on stream, too. He's bummed that that thing's gone, too. He's like, hey, I love seeing action. Hey, it could reform. Could see a little cichlid dust devil here. Does look like some of these storms over here that are forming over towards Pecos are starting to weaken a bit. We're really about to struggle with radar here in the next little bit. But there is one thing I am noticing. We do see that storm starting to form that hook, just like I was mentioning earlier. This is likely to be a cichlid supercell, as I was saying before, and there's the proof right there. What we were looking for it to do was for it to clear out this area so that we can get warm, moist air to feed this storm and keep it going here. That mid-level dryness right here is a key factor to all of that. And then also the short wave and the dry line was important as well. Sorry, I like this riff, by the way, if you see me headbanging. I don't know if you hear that as well as I'm hearing it right now. I do think I have it pretty low, though. I want to try to make sure you hear Connor. See what velocity looks like on this storm. Still pretty broad, but I do expect it to increase. In fact, you can see a little bit of an increase here. What is that right there? Could that be a new lowering beginning to develop there? It's kind of hard to say right now. Still do see some struggles with outflow. You can see it with the scud right there. It is rising, but it's also being pushed out a little bit. We want to see that scud rising just a little bit more than what we are currently. And then you can also see the shrubbery right here. Looks like it might be blowing. It actually could be blowing back inward here. If it is blowing towards where that updraft is, that's a good sign that the storm is strengthening. We want to see that pushing inward if we're looking for a tornado. It means we have inflow. It's the opposite outflow, obviously. Warm, moist air rushing into the storm. Rain, cold air rushing outside the storm is not what you want to look for with a tornado. Heck of a storm, though. Starting to get really far from the radar now. It's going to be tough to keep up with this storm as we continue to go forward here. You see, we're outside of this radar ring, so really this is all we got is this Midland radar here. Got Daniel Shaw out there taking pictures as well. Gonna see some really cool pictures tonight on social media. Don't steal them, folks. Oops, don't want to put this feed up twice. If you guys are really enjoying what you're seeing right now on the stream, make sure you're hitting that like button, by the way, folks. And if you're new, definitely consider hitting that subscribe button as well. Just hit that watermark that's on the screen above my head. Hey, what's up, Thunderwolf? Doing good over here. Just covering storms again. We've seen one tornado today with this storm that we're watching right now. We just saw it rope out a little bit ago. Chaser convergence going on here too. Got baseball size hail reports with this storm right now. Yeah, we've been live almost every day this week, I feel like. I think we might have been only 1 or 2 days out of the week where we haven't been. We got new convection forming on the south side of this storm too. So this is going to make things even more interesting. South side of that storm in particular is really starting to ramp up here. You're also starting to see more lightning with it as well. Storm could recycle. It may gust out and become outflow dominant. We'll have to see how things develop from there. These storms are going to have some venom to them for a little while, though, so I expect these to be pretty strong for at least a few more hours still. Like I said, we probably will be on for at least a couple more hours at the very least. I'm actually going to look at some model data while we're at it here. I think we might. I think that might be Reed over there on the feed. Look at that, man. And some great chaser convergence here. Alright, so it looks like they've issued a new polygon for that tornado warning. It's an extension. So now they finally changed it, the radar indicated here too. Everybody's just hanging out here. Everybody's about to head out of here. Alright, everybody tuning in so far. So current situation, we have severe thunderstorm warnings over a large swath of the U.S. here. The greatest focus of severe storms and tornadoes is going to be over towards southwest Texas. There's a tornado warning off to the southeast of Fort Stockton here. This has had a history of producing. And then here are some other severe thunderstorm warnings we have ongoing here. We're starting to see a decrease in coverage finally. But over towards Illinois, we have a chance of some damaging winds and some hail. And a couple isolated severe thunderstorms all the way throughout the Midwest, heading back towards the Texas area once again. Southeast Georgia's kind of popping off right now, but not expecting much to come out of that area either. Want further updates about your area, make sure you hit that like button and hit that subscribe button. And if you also would dare, please make sure you hit the chat. I wanted to sound scared, but I'm not really scared. I don't bite. We're also getting baseball-sized hail with this tornado-warned storm, by the way, folks. Appreciate you guys pushing us to 15 likes here, though. Much love. If the music ever is too loud, just let me know in chat and I'll turn it down. Still have Connor Croft's stream up in the corner there. We'll mute him for a little bit. This is our only tornado warned storm right now, though. The tornado watch, of course, is where we have the most favorable environment at the moment. A little further to the north, we could still maybe expect some larger hail. We haven't seen anything above baseball size tonight, though. This was touted to be a setup to where we could maybe even see up to softball size. We've yet to see it so far, though. And of course, this has also been in rural areas, so reports aren't going to be quite as frequent with this. There you go, guys. Keep hitting that like button. Love it. Loving it. Loving it. Thank you. There was from today. If there was, I haven't seen it so far on here. If I did it, if it was, it must have been really early in the day. So I think I have this set up for showing reports from every 12-hour scan, maybe. Guess it just hasn't popped up on Radar Omega yet. I'm actually about to check that on my phone and see if I can find it here. Okay. Yeah, I haven't found it yet. I'll look for it a little later. I'm just surprised I haven't seen it yet on Radar Omega. Usually they're pretty good with the updates. Maybe cell phone signal might have a part to do with it. Might be playing a part in it. Oh, sure. Absolutely. Just send it in storm and... What is it called? Storm. I can't even remember that one. Storm and damage reports. Yeah, just look through the... Yeah, just look through the chat area. Not the chat areas. I can't, man. My brain is not working right now. But yeah, just check through the text channels, and you'll find it. Looks like the guys are starting to race to get out ahead of this. The storm's also picking up a little bit of forward speed here now. The warning says it's going at about 10 miles an hour. I think it might have sped up a little bit since then. Might be going at about 20 now. Okay, so looks like we're starting to lose Corey's feed here. Well, not Corey, but Connor's feed. See if we can get Corey's feed to work here. Oh, wrong guy. Yeah, the further you get into West Texas, the harder it is to get good cell phone signal here, as well as radar service apparently. Looks like we don't have any more ground coverage for a little bit. Yep. Guess while we're at it, we'll check the voting poll real quick. Somebody has voted no, though. Will we get 5 reports of hail up to about 4 inches in diameter or more? Somebody has voted no. Okay. For a while there, everybody was in pretty good agreement there. Maybe we'll have that one oddball that likes to throw a little wrench in things. It'd be pretty funny though if he ends up being right. He or she, I should say. Ah, I see you, Seawee. Oh wow. Yep. 4-inch hail. So that's one report into the green. Everybody that voted yes is. Still got 4 more to go. My Echo Dot's been acting really weird lately. A little close to the mic. Yeah. I was expecting a little bit more in the way of coverage. I'm not gonna lie. HRRR was showing, like you can even see it on. My brain isn't working. You could even see it on the thumbnail. There were quite a few super. Sorry about that, guys. We had a latency spike there. I don't know why it does that from time to time. We'll just randomly start acting out. Sorry about that, guys. I think we're good now. Take the hat off for a little bit. It's kind of getting annoying. Didn't mean to knock that can over. I'm trying to figure out where we're going to go beyond this point with the radar sight, because we're not going to be able to see a whole lot in the way of velocity signal. Oh, wait, yeah, we are. We do have something. Still looks like the velocity's kind of broad at this point. Does look like we have a little signature trying to develop there. Maybe even one here. Storm has a little bit of a ways to go before I think it tries to produce again. Well, I think it's more than just the cold front retreating to the south a bit. I think also the factor of, you know, radar reception not being, or cell phone reception over towards this area not being great. I don't know, I mean, kind of hard to say. It's always one of those nowcast situations that makes it a little bit difficult. One thing I did not get a chance to do when I looked at the forecast for this afternoon is get to look at the MSLP. That might have been a little bit of a mistake on my part, but I was going to stream it anyway. I already said I was going to do it, so why not? Hey Mia, what's up? Yep. It's a reoccurring theme, isn't it? We're just here for another one, that's all. Really, the big show is going to be next week, looks like. Or any one of those days could be pretty daggone busy. I think this storm is actually starting to change direction now too, which is interesting. It still could be moving southeast, but I do see a little bit of a shift, like it might be curving up to the north. This is where we kind of get into that wild card zone just a little bit. I wouldn't mind it maybe curving up to the northeast so that we can get closer to the St. Angelo radar personally. So that way we can actually get a better look at what's going on within it. Alright, we got Connor's feedback. Not much has really changed with it, though, from the looks of it. It's... And just as quickly as we get it back, there it goes again. Southwest Texas, folks, not friendly when it comes to cell phone signal. So if you're hanging out over there, prepare yourself. That's all I'm going to say. You will be in the desert wilderness to never return. I'm just kidding. You'll be fine over there. It will be hot, though, if you go there during the summertime. Still have a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings going on still, by the way. We have some in Missouri, Arkansas, and also in Illinois to go along with what we have going on in Texas. The Georgia severe thunderstorm warnings have now officially expired, by the way. Oh, we're up to 17 likes now. See if we can't get to 20 before the end of the night. There's 3 more to go, folks. We may actually do a discussion about Monday on here live, depending on how things pan out. Might hear from a couple of my buddies as well on Discord. They're also mods on the channel. But we may get into a little discussion with the setup for Monday. Maybe even an additional day after that. We'll see how things pan out, though. I know one of them's working today. The other one's on a run right now. If that doesn't work, I might play guitar or something for you guys before I go. I don't know. We'll see what happens. This is how we will set up the May the 4th. Also, while I'm at it here, while we're got a brief little break in the action here. I'm going to send my sister a birthday message real quick while I'm at it. And also go to the bathroom real quick. I'll actually be right back. All right, we're back. Let me turn down the mic volume, actually. All right, that should be better. But just hit my sister up. Send the little birthday hats in the chat or something if you could for me, please. Maybe I'll screenshot it and send it to her. But yeah, sister's birthday today. And also had to go to the bathroom too. Sorry for the wait. Doesn't look like too much has really changed here. Still have next to nobody's feed right now. Like I said, Southwest Texas is not friendly when it comes to cell phone signal. Wait, we do have Corey for right now. We'll see if this lasts or not. Alright, we're up to 19 likes. Okay, one more to go. One more to go before we hit 20. Okay, so we're now up to 2 4-inch hail reports right now. So another 3 to go. It's another tick under your belts to anyone who voted for yes for up to about 5 or more gorilla hail reports, as we're going to call them. We're just going to call them gorilla hail. As far as total significant hail reports, we're sitting at 4 right now. And still, it looks like could be more to go. Thank you, Siwi. The storm over here is kind of piquing my interest to the south of Odessa. If it could get its act together, it'll have a shot. And maybe even trying to produce something. See some very weak signs of rotation here, too. We still have only one tornado warning storm. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning now going along with it. Still have up to 70-mile-per-hour winds tagged possible. And then also baseball-sized hail possible with it as well. Still radar indicated with our tornado warning right now as well, though. Just kind of chill back and wait and see what happens next, I guess. Wondering what everyone's gonna eat for Cinco de Mayo. I'm probably gonna try to have like a little steak soft taco or something. If anyone's got any ideas for food, though, let me know. I wouldn't mind trying something different because I don't have much steak left to work with. It's a big storm over here towards Coleman. This has a tag for baseball size hail plus. Also 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with this one as well. I don't think we're going to see too many in the way of reports from 70-mile-per-hour winds until we get later into the evening. Sister just sent me a foolish GIF. Again, thank you guys for tuning in this evening so far. Still waiting to see what happens with these storms from this point. We still have new storms firing here, so I don't think we're done with the threat just yet. Welcome back, Baconator. Here comes some tooth pain again. I'm not looking forward to that. I'd love to avoid that at all costs. Located in Atlanta, Latasha. I'm in Atlanta, somewhere in the Atlanta metro. I don't know why, but this kind of reminds me of a mixture of Trivium and Machine Head all in one. Yep, definitely hearing Machine Head vibes here. Look at those TBSS. Oh, they allowed the tornado warning to expire now. It's now just tornado possible in that. Oh yeah. That goes without saying. We actually have gotten up to about 2 4-inch plus hail reports right now. We might see a couple more before the night's out. Now this sounds a little bit more like Chimera. Alright, we're still sitting at 2 4-inch hail reports, so another 3 to go to anyone that voted yes. Oh yeah. I forgot what those were called, but yeah, usually those are a pretty big indicator for hail. Yep. You mean that this little thing is going to pop up right there? Yeah. Usually that happens when you get pretty good reflectivity. You get a pretty strong signal off a storm for hail. I don't know if that was Kyle or Contingents that reminded me. Think it might have been Contingents. Oh, new tornado warning. It's the Odessa storm. I actually called that one. Look at that. This is a radar indicated tornado warning for Midland and Upton counties in western Texas. This is located 20 miles northwest of Crane, moving east at 20 miles an hour. Thankfully, this is mostly rural territory, so we don't have too many areas to worry about, but Midkiff definitely needs to be watching the storm and being prepared to take shelter here. I thought it was Contingents, yeah. I do remember him talking about it. I think he mentioned it last year as well. But I could see it pretty clearly this time around. Looks like this storm formed off the outflow boundary, one of these storms off to the east here. Look at that. Look at this little boundary that's formed right here. And all the storms that are forming around it as a result. And we're close to the radar sites. We could easily see this. Not incredible rotation, but definitely something there. It's gonna try it. Turn up my mic Why should I turn up my mic? It's already in the red, dude. You want to go deaf? Maybe I just need to pull it away. You can turn up your phone, I'm telling you. Like, I'm in the red right now. If I turn it up any louder, I'm blasting someone's ears out, dude. There's no way. There is no way. Unless... Hang on a second. Yeah, it's on the... I'm telling you. Alright, let's try this now. I can turn the music down just a tiny bit. Or maybe there's... Let's try that. Or maybe... Okay, no? Yeah, I can't turn the mic up any louder. I'm gonna blast someone's ears out in a second. The music was just up a little higher. That's all it was. And I'm trying to sit a little further away so that way some of the syllables from the words here don't dang, that's starting to hurt. Some of the syllables don't end up having the mic going into the red. Not trying to destroy anyone's ears. I may have to actually step away for a second. Gotta take some medicine. Been dealing with some tooth pain recently, y'all. That hurts. Tooth pain hurts. A lot. Sorry about that, guys. Whew. Feels like it worked quicker that time, though, thankfully. I gotta see a dentist soon. So that is painful. Like 10 out of 10. Do not wish that on anybody. I don't care what they've done. Also appreciate everyone who's been hanging around on this stream here. I know we haven't seen a whole lot going on. We saw something towards the early part, and then it's been kind of slowing down a little bit since then. Still have a tornado warning ongoing over here just to the southeast of Odessa, Texas. Then a few severe thunderstorm warnings still ongoing. Some large hail still ongoing in Texas as well. Then scattered severe storms around the Midwest being sprinkled about, mainly towards Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, and even Wisconsin getting into the mix now. But the most activity is mainly focused around Texas right now. We are mainly honed in on Texas. But we have a current tornado warning here. This little area right here, which could try to perform a quick little spin up. Checking my volume again. Testing. Is it good? Don't want to be too much into the red here. Good. Main thing I'm trying to figure out is the right distance right now, just to make sure I'm not, if I'm like saying a word that has the letter P in it or whatever, that you're not hearing my hole and hearing like a little noise too much. As to where you're able to hear what I'm saying clearly, but without too much bass or pops, I guess would be the right word. Trying to avoid the pops. Those pops can cause some pretty nasty audio spikes here. Still struggle with that on from time to time with my forecast videos. I think this convective mode's gonna hurt this storm. It looks like, because there's new convection forming to the south here. So, actually, maybe it'll help it. This new convection may help this storm get more organized. It's still hurting. Need to wash some more of that down. Maybe I can get some medicine. Maybe this medicine will help. We need to clear this little inflow area here to keep this going. We need that to hook around. We need a point where that inflow can come in. I do think this convection is actually kind of hurting this storm a little bit. You can see it, then it's really bad. Yeah, this storm is gusted out now, so I think the tornado potential is about gone with this one. So really, it's just really coming down to this next one right here. Could be a shorter night than expected on this end then. In all fairness, the HRRR did kind of indicate the potential for maybe some of this to end up congealed into a line as we got later into the evening. But I was anticipating that to be a little bit later on. I think with this cold front dropping south like it has, or the state, and then going stationary has kind of worked against the storms just a little bit. If this boundary stayed a little further to the north, I think we would have gotten maybe a couple more discrete cells. Still have an area of inflow here, but this storm merger here that's occurring might work against that as well. Here come the updates. Still could be a little weak echo region that tries to develop here, but this isn't looking as good for the storm now for sure. Definitely not looking like what it once did for sure. Still a point of rotation there, but it's getting weaker. Like, it looked a lot better in those last couple scans. It's still gonna try, but threat of a strong tornado is definitely dropping off now. Yeah, that front is definitely affecting things now. Dang. Seeing a new point of rotation pop up over here off of road 349. So we might have something going there still. This can clean itself up just a little bit more. Maybe it could do a little something here. Okay, so this next radar scan looks a little better. There's a little notch right there. And I think that's where that point of rotation is. Still kind of pixelated here. Not looking incredible. But if there's going to be anywhere that I would look right now, I think that would be the best spot. And just as... No, it's still there. But really on the leading edge of this is going to be where it's most likely to do something. Whew. Tooth is hurting really bad. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm sorry if I look like I'm half an odd in it. It's because our teeth is freaking hurting right now. Dang. Not even gonna lie to you. That hurts. See a couple suspicious points towards this storm too. Even though it's gusted out, it still could try and produce a sneaky little something on the north side, on the leading edge. I'm still not giving this storm too much of a chance, only because I keep seeing convection forming out in front of it. If there wasn't so much convection forming out in front of it, I do think this would have a good chance of trying to produce. It still can, but I don't know. It's kind of working again. Things are kind of working against it a little bit here. Really, after this storm goes, we've kind of lost it, I think, now, based off what I read on that Meso discussion there. Hey, John. So basically what that Meso discussion was just saying was, simply put, that any storms that didn't really form up towards the beginning of the stream, we're going to have a lot of destructive storm interference, kind of like what we're seeing here, which is going to help modulate that severe threat, especially with that front dropping south, like Sealy was talking about, me and Sealy were talking about earlier. If this front had stayed north, I do think we could have had a longer window. But you can see how there's new convection forming right along where the frontal boundary is, and this is causing destructive interference. If these storms would have more time to breathe, they would get going. Oh snap. Thanks for becoming a shortwave member, John. Appreciate you, bud. Thank you so much. Oh, my tooth's still hurting. Whew. Tooth is still hurting. Daggone it. Whew. That one scan where it was starting to look a little bit better, it already is starting to pull that other storm in, and I think that's really going to help it lose that potential. If nothing else can form out ahead of it, though, I do think there might still be an opportunity. Alright, so it looks like the storm that we were watching earlier with the tornado warning on it now has finally lost the tornado possible tag even. So really, I think the only game we got left in town is just this kahuna, right, the big kahuna right here towards mid-kiff. Once that goes out, that's pretty much gonna be good night Irene for the stream. That rhymed. How about that? Might hang out for an extra hour just to make sure we get a couple extra hail reports here, because I think on that hail poll it's going to be pretty close. We might get up to 5 reports of softball size hail plus. We may not. It's going to be awfully close. So far I've only seen 2 though. 5% hatched. I've never seen them do it, but it could have called for it. I mean, I wouldn't see why not. I think we're going to get to a point where we end up seeing a 5% hatched one day. I don't know when, but it'll happen one day. Because they use the word conditional tornado. They use the term conditional tornado threat a lot more nowadays. So I do think eventually it's coming where we'll see a 5% hatched. And then even then, to be fair, there have been times where there have been marginal risk and there's been strong tornadoes. So it's kind of a toss-up, you know. It's just really one of those things, I guess. Yeah, she sure doesn't. In fact, I think this week we had a big tornado where there was a marginal risk. I can't remember whether or not that was Oklahoma or if it was Texas this week. But I think it was towards the middle of the week. I do know that. I think it was maybe Tuesday. Could have been Wednesday. Might be wrong. Looks like they're going to probably do away with this tornado warning in the next couple minutes here. Just have it as tornado possible. I think my teeth are starting to calm down a little bit. Let's hope I'm not jinxing it. Let's see if these guys are going to get close to it again. Or if they're done chasing for the night. Uh-oh. My phone? Yep, my phone died. Crap. Alright, let's go back to live here. Boom. Dang. Yep, still bothering me. Anyways, we have about 10 minutes left until this warning expires. Maybe we'll talk about Monday if we don't get a warning within the next 10 minutes after the expiration. Almost one like away from 20, folks. Can we get there before the stream ends tonight? We got an hour to go. A little less than that, actually. From the looks of it here. Sheesh. It is trying to wrap up again over here towards Midkiff. It might not be done just yet. Let's not write this thing off just yet. It's a very weak area of rotation that's trying to get going here. If that inflow can punch its way back in, we aren't done. Then there's still a shot for this to produce. This does look like it could stay south of Midkiff, though. It does look better on radar, though. It is getting progressively better. And I don't see any new convection as of yet. I do think they could re-extend this. I think they should. Yeah, it's rotating pretty strongly now. You can actually clearly see it on reflectivity. Yeah, they should put out a new polygon, new warning polygon for this storm here. Only downside is I can't see anything that's going on the ground level with this storm. There are no chasers nearby. There aren't too many cameras over here either, which really sucks. We go over towards West Texas, you don't really have much in the way of webcams here. And again, there's not really a whole lot out here either. Welcome back, Baconator. Got another member. Welcome to the family, man. Yeah, feel free to use those emojis there. The windbag ones are especially for whenever we get the lines of severe thunderstorms. Especially once you get the tags that are up to about 70 miles an hour plus. Ooh, you signed up for Mapbox. I think you'll like it. Ooh, tooth is still bothering me. My goodness. Yeah, I think you'll like it. Yeah, we have Radar Omega for sure. Yeah, I'm subscribed to Radar Omega. I have the Alpha. I have the Alpha subscription. Velocity has been mid. I haven't checked the latest scan, but it does look like it's starting to uptrend here. I don't think it's down just yet. It recently just started uptrending here. And I mean literally just recently started uptrending. And they got the polygon. They finally got the polygon issued. It's about time. Wait, hang on a second. That looks suspicious right here. Just to the south of Midkiff. I want to wait one more scan to see what it does. It does seem like it will be a little further to the south, though. Still dealing with only 2 on the 4-inch hail reports. Alright, we've hit 20 likes. Thanks a lot, folks. Appreciate you. Yeah, it doesn't look like this is on the ground just yet. Or I don't want to say if it's on the ground just yet. I can't really tell for sure. Oh, appreciate it, John. Thank you, man. I know what that's like. It's very easy for me to end up in that space where I'm just like kind of wandering off to other things. I get upset with myself when I'm like that too. I'll be like halfway ready to smack myself saying, dude, focus, what are you doing? Especially like at work. That hurts. Uh, oh wow, that got pain. That last one was pretty painful. Not gonna lie. No, I do not love grass and metal. I like metal. I don't like grass like that in any way, shape, or form. Let's not do that. Oh, you're also waiting to say more because you like to let me concentrate. Appreciate that. All right, now my tooth is what's making me struggle to concentrate right now. I got a broken tooth on my the top right. Setting a couple things in motion while I'm at it here. Yeah, I just haven't had a chance to mess with it today. Yeah, all the those were all severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 17 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing right now. Oh, really want to try to get some coconut oil and do a little coconut pull on this. I just don't really have. Jeez. That's just one of the things I forgot to get from the store last night. That was painful. Yeah, a dentist visit is in the future. Definitely needs to be. Yeah, I don't think this is down still though, in all fairness. No, it's been hurting since like February actually. But getting worse since March of last month. Since March of this year, I mean. Whew. It was one of the first times I had to step away on stream just to try to handle it. Yeah, I think this storm is still struggling. It looked good for a moment there. It looked really good for a moment there. But yeah, that little inflow notch right here, it's still there, but it's closing up again. And that's really going to hurt the storm's potential to produce. Struggling with outflow. You can actually see outflow beginning to occur right here. New storms forming off to the south of it as a result. But yeah, this is going outflow dominant. You can actually see it on radar. Here come the Discord beeps. Jeez, man, one after the other. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's nice to get a little bit of a break, so to speak. Because this week's going to be a little crazy. Although Tuesday, I may not be able to go live anyhow. Because I had something planned for that evening already. I kind of feel, I kind of have mixed feelings about it because of the fact that now Tuesdays became a day of concern. I appreciate the boost, Baconator. Well, at least with the tonight slowing down, at least I can watch the Canelo fight without any issues. I mean, I still was going to end up watching it, but I would have been more focused on this than I would have been boxing. I am a fan of it. Not gonna lie. Oh, it's a completion. There we go. Appreciate all the support so far, guys. Especially when battling through the tooth pain. Like, oh my goodness, it's hurting. Trying to keep my mind off of it. Baconator, are you have you heard anything from Kyle recently? Is he available? Yeah, yeah, it's done. Yeah, it's struggling even more. That outflow is winning the battle by a country mile now. It's kind of pushing it away. There could be a little boundary to the south here that tries to form. It might have a shot at producing towards Styles. I'm not so sure, man. I think that Outflow is definitely winning the battle. We'll see some impressive damaging winds out of this, maybe. You can kind of see the this little area in the red, wind's going away from the radar. Pushing it. This is rain cooled air pushing out from the storm even more. So probably going to see this point try to ramp up for just a second, but we'll lose it. If it touches down, it's going to be super brief. And it's a huge if it does. Extra emphasis on the double usage of if. Ooh, pain. That one kind of got me there. Alright, let's take a look at our latest here with 4-inch hail. Still looks like we're sitting at 2 4-inch hail reports. I'm seriously thinking we're not going to get to 5. It's kind of a trick question on my part. Sorry, guys. Don't be mad at me, please. It's so over, the Believers lost. Yeah, well, I mean, with the hail threat, yeah. The only chance, really... Hang on, let me look at some weather models real quick while I'm at it. I'll keep the radar up, but I'm going to look at a couple of things real quick. Few hours is all I need. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Anyone that voted for yes might be in the red here. Because that hail threat drops off. That instability is not going to last for much longer. Yeah, that most unstable cape is not going to hang around forever either. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it looks like I got some of you with the trick question there. I mean, there was no right or wrong answer. Mother Nature is the only one that tells you whether the answer's right, but yeah, looks like y'all were wrong today. Oh my goodness. All those severe thunderstorm warnings in at once. I need Streamlabs to take a break. I think they might have just issued a new severe thunderstorm watch here. And this one includes Austin. Yep, there it is right there. It's populating in. It's for areas off to the east here, but the tornado threat's just about gone here. Yeah. 2 reports is already good, I suppose. You only voted yes because they got some big ones in Kansas, Nebraska, and Oklahoma lately. Yeah, but each day, here's the thing about the weather though, each day you gotta wipe the slate clean. Because what you saw yesterday, there isn't a guarantee that you'll see it today. Honestly, if the forecast is what I thought it was right around the morning time, like around when I made my morning video, I think we would have probably easily gotten up to about 4 or 5 of those reports. But the key component in the wild card in all of this was this right here. This cold front ended up dipping a little further to the south here, and it kind of closed the draw, so to speak, if you will. If this stayed over towards Lubbock a little bit further towards the north, towards like Lubbock, for example, I think we would have gotten more discrete storms, and the discrete storms would have been stronger. Probably would have seen a couple more tornadoes, maybe even a couple more strong ones in this case. And instead, we only really got 2 cells that ended up getting tornado warnings. The first one is right over here. And I mean, it's still producing really large hail. It's producing 3-inch hail. Then we still have this one tornado warning storm, which is pretty much outflow dominant now at this point now. Completely outflow dominant. So with that, I mean, if, like I said, if the cold front would have stayed a little bit more to the north, instead of being towards Odessa, maybe a little bit closer towards Lubbock or just south of there, entirely different story. It's a game of miles with this. A matter of a few miles makes a world of difference. Ooh, my tooth hurts. Dang. Wow, guys, again, really appreciating the support this evening. Up to 25 likes. Again, thank you a bunch. what was a pretty quiet evening too, if I were to say so myself. Well, then again, it wasn't quiet. It's kind of hard to really describe what today was. Definitely was not as intense as what I thought it would be. It was a bit more of, I wouldn't call it a bust though either, not entirely. The thing about trying to call this a bust, with it being a day where we were expecting a small coverage area, and you still get tornado warnings, reported tornadoes, of course, too. It was an underperformer, but definitely not a bust. At least that's my take on it. Oh, wow. You got hailed on and then you went to a nearby corner dry. Wow. Funny thing is that happened once when I was in high school. Like, I went to Osborne High School in Marietta. And we had a storm pop off in my area. I think it was during early springtime. We ended up getting, I think it was quarter-sized hail. And then we went further up the street. Like, literally, I think it was right around the corner. It didn't even rain. And this was like right around the time my mom had picked me up from, I don't know if it was the anime club that I was at or if it was guitar club. But I remember being picked up and I was just kind of looking at mom afterwards. I was just like, you gotta be kidding me, man. I think it was like just a little pop-up storm. Just did its own little thing. I don't even think there was a severe risk for our area, if I remember correctly. If there was, it was like a... And this is how you know if you're like an old weather nerd. It's like before the days of marginal risk, when you would see like the C text, you would have to actually read the synopsis. In fact, the Atlanta tornado in '08, there was no risk over our area until a little bit after that event had happened. It was one of those C text days. I guess you guys like hearing me reminisce over my old weather stories growing up. In fact, this is the most viewers we've had tonight. Welcome everyone, by the way. Hey. Maybe one day I might make another tier. I don't know. I don't know what I would offer with it. Oh, new tornado warning. What the heck? Guess we are not done yet. This tornado warning is radar indicated. It's for Coleman, McCulloch, and Concho counties in Texas. This is located near Millersview, moving east at 25 miles an hour. This is starting to get a little bit closer to more populated areas as well. So we need to be on the lookout for Dual. This will be on them in 4 minutes. I hope the siren wasn't too loud. That sounded like it was a little louder than usual. Alright, let's see if we can find a radar site for this one though. Yep, there we go. Got Abilene. Got a little donut hole here. Oh, this has a tag for 4-inch hail, by the way, folks. You'd get micro events. Oh wow. Ain't that something? Now that's one thing I do not think I have experienced is micro events. Go ahead and look at velocity on this storm here. Looks kind of broad, but I kind of see it. It's right there. Circle it for you guys. There's our rotation there. Might be a little sneaky area of rotation popping up here. If it produces it, I don't expect this to be a long-lasting deal. I do think this is going to be very short-lived if it does anything at all. Nonetheless, though, it's another tornado warning and also the tag for 4-inch hail. There still is a decent amount of instability over towards this area too, so it's not like we can't get big hail out of that. I'm gonna see if I can't find a camera over here towards the Brownwood area. Okay, it does not look like I'm able to find a camera immediately over here. It's still trying over here, this other storm. I still think Outflow is winning that battle, though. We want a little bit more inflow to get that thing going. Yeah, I agree with that. I have mixed feelings about calling an event a bust. In one sense, I see it only because the storm chasers do put the money on the line to get out to the event and not have it do anything, but at the same time, I do think it is kind of inconsiderate at the same time. For me, no event is truly a bust because, well, I'm not really risking a whole lot. I'm just putting some time in on YouTube. That's it. So, or maybe because it didn't meet up to expectation. I don't know. It's like I said, I kind of have mixed feelings about it. I mean, I kind of see it from both sides, I guess you could say. But I wouldn't call your opinion weird, though, no. Okay, so we got a radar site that can cover both areas. That's nice. Ooh, that actually is looking strong now. Have a much better radar site to look at now. Both of these are looking pretty solid here. We might not be, well, I guess we're not done yet. Far from it. which is fine by me. If you guys are willing to put up with me, we'll be here. Maybe another. I'm just also thinking maybe the other reason they call it a bust might be because of the outlook, the SPC outlook. If you call an enhanced risk with a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes, and you have this preset expectation that it doesn't meet, maybe then you call it a bust. I don't know. It's just one of those really weird things. Yeah, storm chasing is not for the faint of heart, and it's not for the weak either. That takes a lot of grit to do that. And to do it all season or all year round is even more than that. You gotta have the stomach for it, because who knows what you'll see. Yep. It's also very true. Oof, that's hurting. It's also very true. Oof, painful. Oh yeah, getting windshields probably would be what gets to me most. The insurance, man, for each vehicle, because I'm pretty sure they have more than one. Most of these guys, for example, Brandon Kopic. I can't tell you how many times I've seen his windshield get cracked during like I think it was last season when we first started streaming on the channel here, and we watched Brandon's feed. I think I could count like several different times where his windshield got cracked. It might have been just after and I think it was a couple times after he had just replaced it too. And it usually started happening like right during the middle of May and June, because I think hail season really starts ramping up. I would say mid-May and all the way through June, even into July. And we start seeing the damaging wind threat kind of pick up from that point too. This is still trying. a veteran storm chaser should be able to make their own forecast and just kind of go from there. Having the guidance from the SPC is great and all, but if you don't have a certain amount of knowledge on your own when it comes to meteorology, instead of going off of someone's forecast every single time, then I don't know if you should be chasing or not. Because people in the SPC are also human, just like we are. So you might be able to see that, might be able to see something that another person can't. And at times, yes, it could be a long shot, but at the same time, who knows? Maybe every once in a while your call ends up being the right one. That's just my thoughts on it, though. Look at how that thing's still trying to get going here. I think that tornado warning's still going to keep going, but it's just such broad rotation, but literally the whole thing is spinning. And you see the same thing going on with this here, too. The whole entire storm is spinning, but it's so broad. Like, once it starts to ramp up, it's almost like the storm kind of choked itself off. And I also see some interference about to happen with this storm, which isn't going to help its cause either. This storm does have an inflow notch again, so I do think that polygon is still going to keep going off to the south and east here. Also, another update coming in. It does look like 4-inch hail is still sitting at 2 right now. An bridge ice accident during this time of year. What are the odds? It sounds like that actually doesn't sound like fun. That sounds absolutely horrifying. I was trying to be silly about it, but nah, I don't think I could be. That sounds absolutely horrible. Sorry you had to go through that. That interference right there might not help the storm. Then again, no, there might be more convection coming in too. It's 226 where you are. Sheesh. Alright, see, we have a good night, man. You love Rapid City. Hopefully I get to travel soon enough. Well, that's not actually that out, not that far out of the question for that area. It can still snow up there during that time of year. In fact, if I remember correctly, I think I saw potential for snow near that area within the last couple of weeks. So, it's not that far fetched. It hurts. Oh, yeah, Montana. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. I was kind of drawing a blank for a second. It's halfway spaced out. Trying to hang in there. Trying to ignore the tooth pain as much as possible. It's been hurting the whole time still. Man. Maybe some whiskey will help me. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't drink on stream at the very least. Yep, that rotation's weakening even more now. Yeah, that interference is really hurting that storm. If this storm could get its act together a little bit more, I think it could try. I think it would have a shot at producing. But as you can see here, rotation's still very broad. It's strong, but very broad rotation. Like you can clearly see the spin. And it's spinning pretty fast, but those brighter colors are not getting any closer to each other. That rotation tightens up, that's it. Almost be like Vader's fist. If it just tightened its grip, that thing produces. Almost certain of it. And there goes that tornado warning. Yeah, and this rotation's weakening pretty quick too. We'll hang around for another 30 minutes just to see what it does. This is originally about the time where we were expecting to get off anyway. Yeah, that rotation's diminishing really fast now. Look at how quickly it's going away. I'm trying to think exactly where that time zone is, man. Sheesh. It's 2 something. It's like what, 2:30 in the morning? That's what, 6 hours ahead of us. Is it maybe towards Germany? You misidentified. How did you do that? Yeah, how did you do that, Contingents? Germany over towards the Netherlands, maybe? Oh. Yeah, I'm still dreading that. I work as a landscaper, so dealing with plenty of spider webs already as it is. The Joros haven't come out yet, which has been nice. I kind of hope it stays that way. I don't have a personal issue with them, but the spider webs are a pain in the butt. I ought to say they're a pain in the ass. Oh, the two genera are so similar that one of them is named after the other. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. Okay. I get what you're saying there. Land surveying? That's pretty cool. Aw. Yes, rest in peace, eggplant. Eggplant. Ah, that name. Y'all used to really mess with me with that name, man. Like, it threw me off so much. But yes, rest in peace to little eggplant. Eggplant. Yeah, it's still messing with me, daggone it. Got 9 minutes left on this tornado warning. We'll see what this does after that. Yeah, this rotation's just about gone now. It broadened out so heavily, it's not even funny. Is Abilene safe tonight? Yes, indeed. Abilene is in pretty good shape at this point. You could still see some showers and storms, Brian, but the severe threat is dropping off pretty quickly. Instability at this point is going to start to really become more limited as time goes on. And then here's this cold front right here that's, once this passes through, that's just going to cut everything off. So really, if there was going to be anything that ended up being severe in your area, it was going to have to be within the next hour. And I mean, it would have to be in the next hour. The most interesting thing is everything that is strong and severe is moving away from you. Like, watch this. I'm going to set this in a loop and this is going to blow your mind here. Here's a severe storm here, moving to the north. Here, over here, off to the west. Then there's another severe storm behind the front. It's moving, it's literally turning away from you. There's another severe storm here, pushing off to the south here. So yeah, I think you guys are fine tonight. No problem, Brian. Happy to help. But yeah, literally everything seems to be avoiding Abilene tonight. You might get some thunder and lightning, but that probably will be it. A lot of you guys still think there's going to be a couple more 4-inch hail reports, huh? Uh-oh. Checking our hail reports, by the way, we're still sitting at 2 reports of 4-inch hail. You need to get to 5. You got 3 more you're looking for. I know. I think I got a lot of people with that one. It was somewhat of a trick question, but it wasn't at the same time. I mean, given the parameters of what I saw in the morning forecast, it seemed like it was a realistic shot. It was. It was very realistic that we could have had multiple storms with softball size hail and beyond, but like I said, cold front dip to the south here, further than expected. Just kind of messed things up a little bit. Kind of helped kick up some of that extra convection, a little bit extra lift to go along with that. Kind of changed the game a little bit here. I can't even vote on this anyway, so I mean, truthfully, I don't care, but I like the fun that that it allows people to interact, especially if they don't necessarily want to talk in chat. I don't know if you're necessarily talking to me or Contingents, Brian, but I'll say thank you, and I guess he'll say thank you too, maybe? I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, all I am is just some overgrown, weather nerd, metalhead man-child, really. That's what I am. But I love talking about some weather. I love talking about weather. Always have to. Hey! And that's why we have our Discord server here too. I'm pretty sure I posted it a little earlier. I meant to pin it, but my silly behind did not remember to pin it. But yep, this is my Discord server to anyone that hasn't joined already or is interested in joining. And this time I'm going to pin the comment, so that way, well, that's if the Streamlab bot decides to work. There we go. Beep. But yeah, if you want to join our Discord, just click that pin comment and we should be able to get you going. What can you expect in San Angelo? Still a chance for severe storms over towards the area. I'm thinking mainly going to be more so heavy rain. Flooding is going to start to take over a bit more. Instability towards this area is starting to kind of fade out a bit. So I'm going to go ahead and actually pull up a model on here. I haven't done this in a minute. But this basically is an instability map. You need instability for storms. And as you can see here, as we continue to move on into the night, you can see that we start to lose that instability pretty much from this point onward. You love the shape of the county that St. Angelo is in? This is it right here, isn't it? It's an interesting shape, actually. Yeah, yeah, y'all do have a panhandle. Holy. It looks almost like you guys have a stove and then, well, you have like a conventional oven and then you have the stove right here on the top to go along with it. It takes after Oklahoma, but it also, I don't know, like I said, I don't know if I'm the only one that sees this, but I see like one of those old school conventional ovens and stoves, but instead of that you have like the cutting board off to the left here as the panhandle. Or there's so many different ways you could look at this. But yeah, for St. Angelo tonight, the storm threat's going to really start to diminish as we get later into the evening. And there aren't really that many storms over towards the area right now, so I think the main threat for you is going to transition more towards flooding. Cold front should be moving through tonight. Oh yeah, towards the northwest. Yeah, that is true. I have to look those up. I almost want to. Well, we don't have any more tornado warnings right now. I guess I could sneak over there really quickly. Towards my neck of the woods. Yeah, the one that Ringgold is in is pretty interesting. And then there's this one. Then, of course, the ones that's towards Chickamauga. Like, that county's freaking huge, man. Like the landowner thing, like the landowners were on some stuff, man. Storm still has a tornado possible tag on it. This storm is still trying so hard to get something going here. Yeah. Out west, you might hear someone say, my ranch is bigger than your state. Sad part is they aren't entirely wrong. Imagine that. That's got to be a flex to say. My ranch is bigger than your state. Hey, contingents. There's some people who have ranches that are bigger than your state, man. Had to pick on you just a little bit, man. I'm sorry. It's definitely bigger than Boston, that's for sure. If I ever had the ability to say that's somebody, if If I ever had the ability to say that to somebody, like I swear that if they were trying to argue with me that your argument's no longer valid, it sounds so ignorant, but it's so funny at the same time. Just imagine saying that. It's like my ranch is bigger than your state. Historically, it was its own country, if I remember correctly. Well, no. What was Texas after the whole ordeal with Mexico? Got me thinking back on history now. I used to be a huge history nerd too, so dang it, guys. Daggone it. I'm just a older, overgrown nerd. That's what I am. Daggone it. Oh, hey, Isaiah. What's up, man? What's up, man? I'm feeling this rip right here. I like that. This thing is trying so hard to produce. It's been trying forever. There's another point of rotation right there. Will it do it? I have no idea. But this thing's like kind of halfway getting on my nerves. So I'm just like, what are you trying to do? That looks a little bit better over here, that little weak echo region. But I'm not sure if it's gonna do it or not. Oh no. We've influenced Isaiah. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. It was an independent territory, not necessarily a country. That's why I kind of stopped myself. I was just like, wait, hang on a second. I have this wrong. Because I remember when I was in school, I did a school project on it. And I kind of like took a deep dive into it. Oh, so, okay, it was its own country, okay. Guess I'm overthinking it, I don't know. Or, daggone it, dude! My tooth's hurting, my head's hurting too much for this. Daggone it. Ah! Yep, and that's what's gonna help. And just when it starts to spin more, just when this starts to spin more, here's the hail core to go with it. It's like, no. You want us to produce tornado, I want hail. You not produce tornado, you produce hail only. I've yet to be in Texas. Let's go ahead and check VIL. Probably. My South Asian, what? 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 I'm so lost. The Thai character arc. I'm like, no. What? You know what? You know what? Shut up. I'm just kidding. It's all good. This storm has been like this forever. Ever since it passed Odessa, it was like, but I want spin. No, you want hail, but I want spin. No, you want hail. You get no spin. Spin broadly. Sit there and like it. Okay, I don't even know why I do this sometimes. Why am I like this? Honestly, why am I like this? I tell you. Watch this storm try to do something slick if I try to get off of here within the next 20 or 30 minutes. It's gonna say, hey, I'm ready to produce now. I'm just camera shy. I don't like this Thai metalhead weatherman guy. Oh no. Oh no. I've been quoted by one of my mods. Dear God. You're gonna need to save that one, Isaiah. You're gonna need to save that one and make it into a blooper. You're gonna have to, man. If you don't clip it, at least screenshot the message that you just put in chat. That outflow boundary. Yeah, that outflow boundary could give it a chance. And that's the only reason I'm not really giving up on it. But it's already... jeez. We've been seeing outflow boundaries like this, honestly, all stream long. The thing is, right after the outflow boundary gets to a certain point, the new convection starts firing, and then the destructive interference just kicks in and just makes everything just go to trash. And that's how this whole mess of storms came to be. Yep. And that's kind of what's made the severe threat kind of null and void, really, at this point. I'm not gonna lie, it's quite surreal, though, seeing the amount of green names on here increasing, which is really cool. I want to say again, thank you all. The mixture of green and blue names is awesome. That's starting to look a little better now. Let's go and look at the velocity on that. That rotation's still pretty far off to the back there, but it's a slight step maybe in the right direction. I'm telling you, if I get off at, let's say, like 9:15, 9:30, I'm willing to bet you almost. I'm almost willing to bet you this thing tries to spin up, then prompts a tornado warning. I'm almost certain of it. Because it happens almost every time. It never fails. Oh, you clipped it, Isaiah? Nice. Make sure you put that in Discord, would you? Oh, you did? You weren't going to miss out on that one, I'm sure. Oh, it's a nice little couplet right there that's popped up there. Here we go. Is it going to do it? Is it going to prompt a warning? I'm ready to sound the siren, man. If I got to, I'll sound the siren. Been here about 4 hours. We're ready to do this thing. We're ready to do the thing. We're at 30 likes, by the way. Really appreciate the support tonight, guys. Guys and gals. Yeah, that's one thing that this storm has not lacked at all through its life cycle is lightning. This storm has had plenty of it. A little earlier today, this did have a tornado warning on it. That was hours ago. That was more so towards the start of the stream. Ah, hey, 31 likes. Appreciate you guys a bunch. Let's periodically check here and there. Pain. Okay, tooth pain's kicking back in. It's looking better. That's looking a lot better. Better than it did. You can see that counterclockwise spin there. Quite a few of you are still voting. A lot of you guys are still thinking, yes, we can get more significant hail reports, more softball-sized hail reports. We'll see if that ends up being the case or not. I'm gonna keep you updated here. Right now we're still sitting at only 2. Still got 3 more to go. And these storms are not going to be strong forever. We will have to see if these hold out. And there it goes again. Just as quickly as it starts to ramp up, it starts to slow down. Alright, so probably going to be on here for another 10 minutes. And then we're going to call it a night. But if this thing decides to go tornado warn after I end the stream, you owe me a blue heart. Not a purple heart, because that's for our veterans. We're not doing that. But yeah, you owe me a blue heart. Because I tried to stay on here, but this store was just like, nah, screw you, man. I'm camera shy. We're not playing this game. I do my dirt after hours. Thanks for the gifted membership, Isaiah. Appreciate you. You've been going crazy with those gifted memberships, man. I think that brings the grand total up to like 22, if I remember correctly. Because John joined the memberships a little earlier this afternoon. Again, thanks for the overwhelming amount of support over the last few weeks, people. Whether it's been something as simple as a like, talking in chat, or a sub, appreciate you a bunch. If you became a member, donated, always appreciate that too. Just thanks for being here, though. At the end of the day, like, bottom of my heart, thank you for being here. Thank you for choosing this weird, nerdy YouTuber that just so happens to like metal. Oh, speaking of which, I guess maybe should I play it? I'll tell you what. We're 10 views away from 500. If we hit 500, maybe I'll try and play a song. Or at least half a song. Or at least play like a couple of riffs. Something. Oh, snap. Jesus, dropping the 5 gifted subs, man. Chill. Sheesh. I don't need to play a jelly. I don't know any Jelly Roll songs. I don't know any Jelly Roll songs, man. I don't know any Jelly Roll songs, man. That's not fair. I guess I better warm up then, huh? Figure something out. Also, for members, I do have an interesting idea that I'm going to bring up soon. Also, I'm going to bring it up, of course, to the admins and the mods too first, but I gotta see how things pan out first. Gotta plug up the guitar amp, of course. Yeah, I have to kind of expand my horizons with the music thing right now. So I had one of my coworkers request me to learn "Smells Like Teen Spirit." Wednesday's kind of catching your eye. We could talk about that actually. In fact, I think that's what we'll do instead. We'll go ahead and talk about the upcoming days here. If you guys really want me to play guitar, I guess just let me know in the chat. Probably not gonna, don't expect anything like great out of me tonight, because I don't even know what the heck I will even play for you, but at the very least I can provide a weather report for right now. So just give me a second, guys. Alright, we're about to hit 500 right now. Thank you guys, by the way. Thank you again. Can't thank you guys enough. Okay. Alright, so we got that, this. Okay. Smells is as older than you as, say, Status Quo Pictures of Matchstick Men is than me. Pretty close, actually. Dang. That's crazy. It's actually really crazy. Alright. Let's go ahead and do this real quick. Alright, can everybody see my screen? Well, I mean, I don't know what I'll play today. I mean, I wasn't really expecting to play much of anything tonight, if I'm being honest. But I was the one that brought it up, so I guess I'll honor that with something. Hopefully I can kind of figure out the setup with the whole music thing, because that's still something I'm kind of scratching my head with just a little bit. How to get you guys to hear everything. Even though everything on my end is good, I can hear everything just fine. Yeah, that's my music setup, by the way. But this is what we have going on right now. It's our current picture. Watches are about to start to go away in the next little bit here. There's a slight risk for tomorrow. Pretty much the same area. 2% tornado threat. 15% wind and hail threat tomorrow. Probably not going to be live streaming this one because we'll be focusing a little bit more of our attention towards this day. This day looks like it could be pretty big. We could be dealing with a potential tornado outbreak on our hands. This stretches, unfortunately, back to some very familiar areas like Lincoln, Nebraska, all the way down through Oklahoma City, and maybe even getting pretty close to Wichita Falls here just from the enhanced risk alone. Then, of course, the slight risk, you can't downplay that, not even the marginal. So definitely need to be on our game here for Monday here, excuse me. And then there's also risk for Tuesday. It's going to be out towards the Midwest. I do have some obligations on Tuesday that I do have to meet, and I have mixed feelings about having to go that night. So I probably will not be able to go live on Tuesday. I had already made a plan, and I promised that I would stick to it. And this was before the risk had come up. That's the thing that really irks me too. Daggone it, Mother Nature. And then we also have the threat on Wednesday. This is what you were talking about in particular, Isaiah, if you're still in chat. John, you don't have to necessarily subscribe to Pivotal just yet. It's not really a need to, but it is worth it though. It depends on just what exactly it is you're trying to find and what kind of models you're looking to use. But it's not quintessential to subscribe. But yeah, here is Wednesday's threat here. It includes your area right here, Isaiah, over towards West Tennessee. We have the Ohio Valley. We have the Midwest involved yet again. Really, Monday through Wednesday in particular look like they could all be big days. So, main thing I'm looking at right now, and I need actually to zoom out on this map here. If I could. Boom. Alright. So, here's what our current setup is looking like. Still waiting for this to load here. Might take a second. But yeah, this was tonight's setup moving out. And it's this trough right here that's going to be the catalyst to our setup starting out the week of severe weather. So a couple of key things that I've made note of here with this trough. For one, is the axis of the trough. This is what you would call a negatively tilted trough here. I'm actually going to switch screens really quickly and do a thing so that way you can actually see my marker that I'm about to put on here, because that's going to be important to understanding what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that you can see it. Alright, so here's my mark right there. But you see how the trough is pointed this way? This is what you call a negatively tilted trough. And that's also correct as well, contingents. Embedded shortwave to go along with that. And then also keep in mind we have our wind barbs. I'm going to try to draw this off to the side here so that way we keep that in mind. We have that motion from southwest to northeast at 500. I'm gonna do Alt R for the next color. I'm gonna go to 700 and lock in this time right here really quickly. Alright, so here's that same trough. We're going to go to 7. Do see a slight change with that at 7. So I'm going to mark that. Could be kind of hard to draw it perfectly, but those two are right on top of each other. We have a pretty well amplified shortwave, and a shortwave, the way you can pull it up, the way you can pick up on what that is looking at these contour lines or these isobars, and you can see these little ripples in them like this one right here. So basically right there is what you would look for, this little area right here. And this is of course by lunchtime, of course, so really peak time is going to be a little bit after this point. Oh, you're talking about north to south axis. I should probably go forward a couple more frames here. Let's go to 51. There we go. Yep. And there's that north to south axis. This will be just at, this would be right about at sunset or just before. But yeah, if you look at it from the 500 all the way to 700, and then even into the low level jet region here, you can already see just from those 3 barbs, you have speed shear, you have directional shear, 2 key components when it comes to tornado development. For Monday, looks absolutely insane. just from the wind profile alone. Looking, another key component of severe weather, moisture. Plenty of that. Threshold number would be about 60 degrees Fahrenheit on dew points. We're in the mid 60s, so that says enough right there. So we already have our shear with that trough that we were looking at. We already have our lift, and there's your moisture right there. If we were to go ahead and look at our instability, look at our cape, there you go. Surface base cape. Typically you would want to see a number around 1,000. We're doubling that pretty easily across the board here. 1,000 joules per kilogram even goes up into east central Nebraska already at that point. So we're already meeting the need on just about everything you would look for in regards to severe weather for Monday. This is GFS. I don't have 3 cape on GFS. I have it on HRRR, but we're just barely outside of range for it. That's not going to happen till OOZ. OOZ is just barely outside of range. Probably not going to have that available till tomorrow. Well, wait. We could use the nope. We can use NAM for 3 cape here, but it's going to be a little different. Okay, we got vocals on this one. But yeah, ML cape, mixed layer. Right where we would expect it. About 1,500 to 2,000. Some places even getting close to 3K on that. Not surprising. Yeah, no 3 cape available on NAM either. We just have to wait till tomorrow once we get in range of HRRR. But yeah, Monday, we're just about meeting every parameter that you would want as far as the basics are concerned. Let's go ahead and look around Oklahoma City. And there you go. Boom. Wow. Here's some 3 cape for you contingents. Look at that. That 3 cape is at 68. But yeah, everything, and this is a pretty impressive skew T chart to go along with that. This has that loaded gun look. If you hear any meteorologist, any professional storm chaser talk about the loaded gun sounding, you need to pay attention to that. The hodiograph isn't all that great, but the skew T, on the other hand, different story. All right, let's go to Tuesday and Wednesday here, because Isaiah was asking about Wednesday. I don't know if you're still there, Isaiah, but I'm going to get a good look at Tuesday and Wednesday now. Okay, I'm not a fan of this guy's vocals, I'm not gonna lie. I have nothing against him. I didn't know there was going to be vocals in this playlist. I apologize for that. Anyway, what I was saying though was, as far as the following day on Tuesday, not quite as impressive of a setup here. I think this is more of an evening, maybe an overnight setup from the looks of things. It's based on where we have our diffluence here. But a lot of the same areas do look like they're going to get hit again. Even the short waves are kind of pointing towards maybe a later evening. I've been noticing that too, actually, contingents. And I've noticed it with the last system too. The last system was a lot like this too. We had a little adjacent low that popped up right around here, and then this almost became like an elongated cutoff low. And then sometimes you would get these little tail ends to form off of that. But yep, that's exactly what we would need for it to have like such a long spanning severe setup like this. Ah crap, I just lost it. Just lost my spot. And then here are the short waves popping up towards the afternoon into the evening. One towards Oklahoma, one towards Kansas, Nebraska, even towards Texas. We even have one in Wisconsin here, it looks like. Okay, so this is sour 78. We'll lock it in, just make sure. Got it right. And then as we go to 850. Seems like Tuesday is going to be more of a damaging wind setup, more so than a tornado setup. A couple of spots that interest me, maybe towards central and maybe east central Oklahoma, northeastern Oklahoma. But I'm definitely kind of favoring more the damaging wind look here. I would say if there's going to be a tornado threat at all, it would be somewhere around here. No, it did. No, that's what I was saying. I didn't disagree with you when you were saying that for a reason. I did take a sneak peek at it around lunchtime just before I started streaming. And I kind of noticed that I was like, wait a minute. Hold on a second. And then I also realized the setup towards, I think it was the beginning of last week, kind of did a similar deal. And that's why I was kind of able to recognize it, because I was already on top of the last one, and I was seeing almost a carbon copy of it, but perhaps maybe not as intense as what this one is looking like at the moment. But yeah, you were on. You knew it. You were right though. Told you not to second guess yourself. I already know that the moisture is going to be abundant. No surprise there. Actually, not quite as abundant as I thought it would be. Tuesday could probably stay as a slight risk. Chance it could go up to enhance, but I don't think it goes beyond that. But yeah, if you're in the Midwest for Tuesday, you definitely need to pay attention. Monday, it's definitely a plains event. Let's go ahead and look now at the Cape. Yeah, definitely looking more like a damaging wind event. High shear, well, mid-grade shear, kind of lower end Cape. If we get initiation, it'll have to be a little earlier in the day if we're going to keep instability. At least that's my thought. Yeah, because the instability is around 21Z, which would be about mid-afternoon. Maybe even earlier than that. I think a lot of what happens on Monday is going to determine how this plays out on Tuesday. Alright, so now that is true. Alright, so let's go ahead and look at Wednesday now. Think earlier initiation on Wednesday already, just from looking at this. Just the diffluence. Then also, here's our secondary right here. We'll go back, we'll go up one. Yeah, I do think it could be an early initiation. Could be a couple different rounds. Go back again. 500 to 700 looks interesting on the wind profile. So, dang, and of course Isaiah isn't in chat. Yeah, he had every right to be interested in Wednesday. You can even see a low maybe trying to pop up, a sneaky little low here trying to pop up on the surface Wednesday here. Could be, Wednesday could be something sinister and sneaky. Like the way that that low-level jet looks with that moisture flow coming in from the Gulf too. Yeah, this is a pretty, yeah, I couldn't agree with you more on the pattern. It's been insane, and this week looks like it could be crazy. But yeah, over towards the Ohio and Tennessee valleys, you're going to have to pay attention on Wednesday, folks. But yeah, the way I saw 500 to 700, I was like, hang on, that 850. That 850 is going to show me something. Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be pretty active Wednesday. South Indiana is going to be hot. I think towards Isaiah's area could get pretty hot too. Whew. Now that's what you call a warm, moist air mass right there, if I've ever seen one. And then on top of that, the surface temps are insane. Mid 80s, yeah. Yep. This environment could literally be like a powder keg. Yeah, and that's gonna aid this area so much in trying to get supercell and maybe getting multiple modes, multiple convective modes. Like that right there looks extremely dangerous. Yeah, dude, that environment looks prime. Wednesday could be a sleeper, and so few people are gonna. And in comparison to Monday, everybody's kind of focused in on Monday. They're not. I don't know how many people are really paying attention to Wednesday now. I know Mitch West Weather is, but yeah, like people need to pay attention to Wednesday. I'm just gonna say it. We need to pay attention to Wednesday, folks. I'm telling you. Don't sleep on that. To any of you that have stayed around all the way to the end of this stream, if you live over towards this area, I hope you're glad you stuck around to the end to watch this, because it's not something to mess around with. Of course, obviously, we're almost 100 hours out and things can change, but if that stays as is, it could be Wednesday could be another big day. Monday looks like it could be a big day, and Wednesday could be right there with it. And the time of year, nonetheless, too, contingents. That's the thing. Time of year combined with just, man, I'm telling you. Gotta pay attention, folks. I'm telling you. This is why we do this on here. It's precisely why we do this on here. We try to keep you weather aware here. Nothing else. I don't know why this particular mix has vocals in it, and I do apologize for that. Yeah. La Nina's coming in and it's saying, hey, I hope you haven't forgotten about me, because I'm back. Kind of ominous if I'm being honest. But alright. So what do we do now, folks? Still no tornado warning since we started talking about the days ahead here. So we can call it a stream. I can maybe play a song for you. Even though I'm probably not going to be all that great, since I haven't played in a couple of days. But it's up to you guys how this stream ends. Oh, you want to see if we had an uptrend at all. I can just check it right here. This is how I've been keeping up with the gorilla hail reports. So basically what we're looking for here is the size. Anything that has a 4 on it or beyond, that counts as gorilla hail. We have 1, 2. That's it. Still at 2. 9 sig hail reports, but only 2 4-inch plus reports. Yeah, I got y'all with that one. I got you guys with that one. A lot of y'all voted yes. But it wasn't your fault. It wasn't anyone's fault, though. That cold front dipped a little further to the south than we expected. So, hey. That's just how it rolls sometimes. Weather does what she wants. The weather does what it wants to do whenever it wants to do. So, that being said here, also get to see the command center here a little bit. Oh yeah, you already know Hank had fun today. Well, all right. Anyone else? All right, so do we have any request here? Should I play something? Should we call it a night here? What do you want to do? I'll give you a couple minutes. Play the mouth harp. No, I don't have a kazoo. Well, I guess on that note, I suppose we'll call it a night here. Well, everyone, thank you for tuning in to the stream. Appreciate you guys. We'll probably go live tomorrow, not necessarily for severe weather on that day, but we will probably go live to take a deeper dive into the severe weather setup beyond what we did on the stream here. So that being said, you guys all have a wonderful rest of your night. Stay safe, and I will see you soon.